Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Great. Let's wait for others to join and then we'll begin our discussion for the day. Nitesh, sir, is 108 marks in full length test. Oh, pretty decent, yeah. 108 marks in a mock test is very good. Tinu, I want to ask whether the class is taken on daily basis. First class, Tinu, welcome to the first class on UPSC. And we are starting way in between. Yes, the class is on a daily basis, Monday to Friday. Details can be shared accordingly. Abhishek. Okay. Okay, let's do a quick recap in the meantime. Others can keep on joining. So we had taken up for discussion in the previous class parliamentary committees. Remember? Parliamentary committees. The committees which are more like these organizational devices wherein they help in the MPs debating on matters in a much better fashion. That's what is a parliamentary committee. Then we saw various types of parliamentary committees: ad hoc, standing committee, or a joint committee and a select committee. A select committee meaning a committee comprising of members from one house only. Then those 6 standing committees, of which 2 are important: the financial committees and the DRSCs. Under financial committees, we saw PAC, the functions, etc. We also saw the estimates committee, functions, etc. And then DRSCs, various aspects and elements covering DRSCs and limitations on these parliamentary committees. Moving on, we saw the topic governor, the appointment, the removal, conditions of service, the powers, ordinances, all such things, right? Including the very interesting Article 200, referential veto that is there with the governor, summing up our discussion with special responsibility and the discretionary powers of the governor. That's it. So, Shruti, making your own notes. See, you can make your own notes. But my suggestion is that when you make your own notes, it should not be a duplication of an exercise. So we'll have to limit ourselves in that regard, not to duplicate everything. Rather, take a printout of these things that are there, the PPTs of the class, and you can write in the class. That could be your own notes. And you can use or insert A4 sheets in between to elaborate on your notes and maybe add some things from other books, etc. So notes are there. You can improve on those notes. Starting from scratch takes too much time. Anushka, 5.5 out of 10. Really? Oh, that's very nice. Yeah? That's a pretty decent score. We have to see how you got so high a score. It's very good score actually. 5.5 marks out of 10. Lakshmikant is notes on Indesh. Yes, by far that book is a book in notes form only. That's why it was no, it became very popular, replacing even DD Basu. Prince, 9 out of 15. Amazing. Either I'm teaching very well or the Aditya 7 out of 15, or maybe the evaluators here are very lenient. Let's hope the first one is what is correct. Okay, so let's begin our discussion. You know the deal. First 5 or 10 minutes, 5 questions, solve these questions, and then we'll move forward. Starting with question number 1. Okay. I think there's a small problem now, a serious problem. And the problem is that I have marked the answers for all these questions. What can we say? I wish there is an option to hide the options. There is no option to hide the options. How did I do this? Oh, no worries. Let's solve these questions tomorrow. But anyway, you'll be getting these slides. So we'll discuss on these questions and 5 more questions tomorrow. But you can have a look at these questions. It took a lot of effort to make these questions. Yeah. Anyway, ignore it. Ignore it. I am saved. No need to give any chocolate to anyone. Amazing. Okay, so today, unlike other days, we'll begin our discussion with the topic at hand. Oh, Sairaj, today the scam happened. Yeah. What can we do? This is how life is. Okay, let's begin now with our discussion for the day. First point, Council of Ministers. So, if you remember, we're discussing about the governor. And as far as the state executive is concerned, we have the governor, the CM, no vice governor, please. The CM, the Council of Ministers, and the Advocate General, corresponding posts. So, Council of Ministers, 3 important articles. 163, it is just like Article 74. 164 is like 75, and 167 is like 78. Okay, let's move on from the questions. No problem. What has happened has happened. Okay. So I think we know the meaning of all these articles. Article 78 focuses on the duty of the PM to furnish information. 167, duty of CM to furnish information. Okay. 164, same clauses. The CM is appointed by the governor, and other Council of Ministers are appointed by the governor on the advice of CM. Collective responsibility. The Nayak article, that is there, anybody can be a minister for but maximum 6 months, within which he or she has to become a member of the House. All this is there. So it's exactly the same provisions, nothing unique. The position of the Chief Minister and the Council of Ministers is analogous, similar to the position of PM and the Council of Ministers at the center. Okay. So just like we have for Article 175, the CM and the Council of Ministers, they are appointed by governor. Then there is also something called the pleasure doctrine. Here also it's applicable. Rarest of rare conditions. Here also we have the concept of collective responsibility. Okay. Here also we have the same concept of maximum limit. Maximum limit of Council of Ministers. What will be this? 15% of the total membership or total strength of the Legislative Assembly of Legislative Assembly seats. Clear on this? This is a maximum. One small question. At the central level, This is a maximum limit of how many ministers we can have, right? Maximum. What is the minimum? Please tell me. Write the answer. At the central level, Government of India, what is the minimum number of ministers that we can and we should have? Please. At the central level, what is the minimum number of ministers that we need to have? Okay, one right answer so far, Uddhav. There is no such limit. Are we clear on this? At the central level, there is no lower limit. You can have just a prime minister or you can have maximum 15%. No lower limit. But at the state level, there is a lower limit also. Minimum 12. Please remember, this minimum limit only exists for states. Only for states, not center. So at the central level, there is no such limit. We can have, we have to have one prime minister, but beyond that, how many ministers? Nothing mentioned. Maximum is set, not the minimum. But at the state level, we have a minimum of 12 as well. And both these things were done with which Amendment Act? Which one was that? 91st Amendment Act 2003. One more thing. Of course, we need to have a prime minister in the country. What will be the name of other ministers and what will be their task? All this is mentioned in which rules? Please write quickly. What will be the names of ministers and what will be the task allocated to the ministers? Where is this mentioned? At the central level, okay. Government of India, allocation of business rules. That's where the task being given allocated to every minister is mentioned. Okay. So there is no such fixed constitutional mandate to have certain ministers. It depends on the prime minister. The PM will advise the president under Article 77 clause 3. The president can make rules for the convenient transaction of business and for the allocation of business amongst the ministers. So whether we'll have a finance minister or a home minister, it all depends on the prime minister. But at the state level, it is a mandatory constitutional obligation to have a tribal welfare minister by whatever name you may call. By whatever name you may call, but for 4 states, it is mandatory to have a tribal welfare minister. Jharkhand, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh. Okay, so it is mandatory in these states to have a tribal welfare minister. Clear? This is there. This is with respect to Article 164. So there is no such provision at the central level, but we have a provision at the state level. In these 4 states, it is mandatory to have a tribal welfare minister. That's it. We are done with the State Council of Ministers. Nothing unique here. It is all the same concepts here. Kitchen cabinet can be there. Everything is exactly the same. Considerations to be kept in mind. Everything is exactly the same. So that's all as far as our Council of Ministers are concerned. And lastly, the Advocate General, Article 165. So this person is the highest law officer in the state, just like the Attorney General, highest law officer of the state. This is where 2 things are different. One is, of course, the appointment. Who appoints the Attorney General of India? The President of India. So who appoints the Advocate General? Of course, the Governor appoints the Advocate General. And second, what about qualification? Tell me, what do you think is the qualification to become an Advocate General of any state? Okay, great. The qualification to become an Attorney General is same as that of becoming a Supreme Court judge. So here also, the qualification to become an Advocate General is same as that of a High Court judge. Same as required for High Court judge. What is that qualification? We'll discuss in a couple of days' time when we study judiciary. This is sufficient for now. Other things are exactly the same. They are basically the lawyers of state government. If you have seen this movie called Jai Bhim, then the public prosecutor in Jai Bhim, he used to report to a person. For those who don't know, this person is, I think, Rao Ramesh is the actor, a Telugu actor, very popular actor. He plays the role of father in a lot of movies. He was playing the role of Advocate General in Jai Bhim. So normally, in movies they would not show such kind of posts. Very unique that they actually showed Advocate General in that particular movie, Rao Ramesh. For those who don't know Rao Ramesh, if you have seen this movie called Son of Satyamurthy, you'll find that Allu Arjun was about to get married to this girl, and her father was playing the Rao Ramesh, that actor. Anyway, so Advocate General, exact same provisions at the state level, lawyer for the government defending the state government in the high courts, etc. All these things are there. So that's there with respect to our state executive. Achha, he was there in DJ also, MLA in Pushpa also. Okay, yes. So now coming to states legislature. So at the state level, the legislature, it is there under part 6. Part 6 is for states, articles 168 to 212. And the very first article, just like article 79 here, is article 168. Analogous means similar. Okay. So organization of state legislature, which is article 168. So how is the state legislature organized? We know very well. We have a governor for every state. We have legislative assembly, which is there for all the states. Legislative assembly is just like Lok Sabha at the state level for all the states. This comprises of MLAs. We'll see shortly. People vote and choose MLAs. 6 states have what we know as legislative councils. They are similar to Rajya Sabha, but with very less powers. Okay, very less powers. These states are Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, and UP. So these states have a bicameral legislature, meaning 2 houses. Other states, 1 house only. So people who belong to these states would know that in your state you have a legislative council as well, where people are called MLCs. We'll see shortly how they are chosen. Clear? Now, coming to why or how to create a council. It is very easy to create a council. Let's say somebody from AP stands for Andhra Pradesh. Don't feel it is Arunachal. It is Andhra. Okay. Let's say you belong to Madhya Pradesh, or say belong to Tamil Nadu or Kerala, and you want to create your a council in your state. what can be advantage or what can be a problem later on. But right now, how to create it? Or if today UP says, I want to abolish the council, or Bihar says, I want to abolish the council, uselessly we are giving salary to all these MLCs. What is the provision? The provision is mentioned under Article 169. Article is important, provision is important, but sadly a question in the main examination has already been asked, so I don't think it is relevant now. Nevertheless, what is this provision? Two-step process. Hear me out first. Two-step process. Step one, we start by bringing a proposal or a resolution in the State Legislative Assembly. In the State Legislative Assembly, a bill has to be passed to either create or abolish. If your state does not have a council, to create a council. If your state has a council, to abolish a council. A proposal has to be passed by a special majority, the same majority required to amend the constitution. Though it is not called amending the constitution, it is just that the same majority is required. So that is 2/3 present and voting, and more than 50% of the total strength of the house. And once the State Legislative Assembly, this assembly approves the proposal, passes it, the resolution, it is sent to the parliament. Parliament is the ultimate deciding authority. Parliament, if it passes it with a simple majority also, the state government can issue a notification and a council will be created or can be abolished for that state. A very good example would be Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has always been in this situation whether we should have a council or not. So it was created for Andhra Pradesh, I think in 1958. Okay. Then they thought after a few years that sorry, by mistake, and they abolished it in 1985. And again they created it in 2007. Okay. Some states have a pending proposal, like Rajasthan, like Assam. They have wanted to create a council. Like say Rajasthan in 2013 passed a proposal, but the parliament never approved it. Assam in 2010 passed a proposal, but parliament never approved it. So this is the two-step procedure required to create or abolish a council. Step one, in the Legislative Assembly, what step will we take? Passing a resolution in the assembly with a special majority. More than 50% of the total strength, at least 2/3 members present and voting. Okay. Then after this is done, it is sent to what? Sent to the parliament, where in the parliament they will approve it with a special majority, simple majority. The resolution has to be approved by both the houses with a simple majority. This is how you create or abolish any council. Are we clear on the procedure? Okay. This is how we create or abolish any legislative council. Are we focusing on what we are studying right now? Somebody says, why, what is LC? Arey sir, we are studying such advanced things. LC stands for Legislative Council. This is like the Rajya Sabha. Okay, Rajya Sabha. Now, what is the benefit? Why do some states have councils? Firstly, it's the state's choice actually. Okay, you cannot say, sir, why some state has council? Why only this state has council? Your state can also have council. This is a procedure, as simple as that. What is the benefit of a council? Reasons. Number one, just like Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the house of corrections. Remember, it can keep a check on bills passed by the Lok Sabha. Similarly, councils can keep a check on the bills passed by the assembly in a hurry. Help check hasty legislations, meaning bills passed in a hurry without discussion. So it acts as a check. Then LCs largely, just like Rajya Sabha, will help non-elected people to contribute to legislative process, meaning proposals, bills, etc. Experts can be incorporated, providing valuable suggestions. Valuable suggestions can be provided to the assembly. Same thing like Rajya Sabha. And also representation of special interests. So last point, we'll discuss it, how it represents special interests like local bodies, like teachers, like graduates shortly. These are the reasons for creating a legislative council. It will just be like a check on the assembly, just like Rajya Sabha, a check on the assembly. Are we clear on this, everybody? So if bills are passed in a hurry without detailed discussion, then we know very well that in some states there is a council which can keep a check, just like Rajya Sabha, right? When bills are passed in a hurry in the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha says, wait, let us discuss in detail. So, prevents the bills getting passed in a jiffy, in a hurry. Okay, that's it. Now, why, if these are the advantages, then why don't we have LCs for all the states? Why are some states not having LCs? Because of some basic problems. See, LCs have no real power. This is the only reason why we have a council. It can park means to put, place leaders who are not able to win the election. So some leader who cannot win the election will become MLC and will become chief minister also. But in those states where you do not have a council, there is no way out. You have to win the election and become an MLA. Now imagine if there was no Rajya Sabha, Dr. Manmohan Singh would be, in all likelihood, he could never become the Prime Minister, because he does not have the oratory skills required to win the election. He's an expert in the field of economics, but he simply does not have the skill to be a very deft politician. But same case here for people who simply cannot win the election, right? It is a best way to become a chief minister. We have seen the current CM of Bihar. He has stopped facing elections for so many years, and he's always an MLC, getting directly becoming the chief minister. Or in the recent times, in the past, it was Uddhav Thackeray from Maharashtra, or even initially it was Yogi Adityanath in UP. So from 2017 to 2022, it was Mr. Adityanath was actually an MLC and not MLA. It was only recently that he won the elections to the assembly. Before that, he used to be an MP from Gorakhpur constituency. So park leaders meaning placing leaders. This refers to English word, nothing political science about it. English. Placing leaders or politicians. I'll give an example of how this could be a problem. So in the 2022 elections, 21 elections in West Bengal, what happened was that Mamata, TMC won the election, landslide victory, but Mamata Banerjee herself lost the election, herself. Now, West Bengal does not have a council. So what is the option for Mamata Banerjee now? She became the chief minister. She became the chief minister. But we know the deal. You can be a CM for maximum 6 months, within which you have to become a member of any house. Now her only scope was what? The only scope was to become an MLA, because West Bengal does not have a council. So what happened? In that case, the some MLA resigned from his seat, saying, "Madam, I am resigning. You please contest." Because of respect or fear, respect for Mamata Banerjee, he resigned from his seat, and that seat became vacant. And Mamata Banerjee contested, and she won the election. Had it been, say, Bihar or UP or any other place, no need for that person to go for election. He could simply have become a member of the council and would have enjoyed being a chief minister. Are we clear on this? Okay. So this is with respect to the council. Now see, first point, you will say, sir, but you said that councils can keep a check on the assembly. Not really. Why? There is no concept of joint sitting in the states. Councils have no power to prevent a bill from being passed. They can only delay bills. We'll see shortly that the councils can only delay the bills for 4 months. That's it. Only 4 months. Beyond that, you simply cannot delay the bill. It is just like the Rajya Sabha's powers on money bills. Okay. Now, some states which don't have councils, they say, if the council has no real power only, why to create a council? Uselessly, when you create a council, there is a building, MLCs are there, some election will take place, they will be hired, salary, allowances, all this. It will strain, it will place additional burden on the state's finances. States are any which way running short of money, and then you want to create a council. You see the condition of states. And surprising thing is, a lot of these states, like say UP or Bihar, they are not very strong in terms of at least finances, but they have a council willing to pay salary, allowances to all these people. So this is there. That is why most states do have no interest in having a council, because they feel that councils are useless bodies. I will discuss shortly how councils can become useful, but once we discuss panchayats, then you'll understand that councils can become useful. Okay. Now, so we have two houses, assemblies, council, assembly for all the states, councils for few states only. Reasons why, advantages, and also challenges. So now I hope you understand why a lot of states don't want a council. They feel it has no value, no use value for a council. So this is with respect to these councils. Now, assemblies and their composition. So see, at the central level, we have the Lok Sabha. What is the maximum? So UP is in the list of LC, but still in UP have elections. Shailja, elections are for assembly. Bache, what question are you asking? Assembly is separate. We'll discuss assembly right now. Every state has assembly. Look at this. Assembly elections. You are referring to elections of the legislative assembly, not the council. Okay. Now, at the Lok Sabha level, what is the maximum permissible strength of the Lok Sabha? 550 plus 2. Anglo-Indian nomination is also possible. 552. But we have 545. Now the point is that we only have one Lok Sabha, no problem. But states, their size varies. Population varies. Some states like Sikkim, some states like UP, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, we cannot have same number of MLAs in all the states. Getting the point? Size varies, population varies. So what we have done is we have a range, limit. The maximum number of MLAs in any state can be 500 plus one Anglo-Indian. This also provision expired now. So we don't have this now. Okay. So no state can have more than 500 MLAs, but minimum is going to be 60. So basically MLAs in a state will lie between 500 and 60. Are we clear? That is why you see in various states number of MLAs differ. It is based on population basically. For example, if you take the example of say West Bengal, West Bengal has 294 MLAs. Correspondingly, Haryana or say Himachal, a smaller state, 68 MLAs only. That's it. Take a look at say MP, 230, Tamil Nadu, 234. So number of MLAs will vary, but it will remain in between the range of how much? 60 to 500. Now, all this, how many MLAs are there in your state? Where is it mentioned? But before that, one more question. How many MPs are there from your state in the Lok Sabha? Where is that mentioned? Please write. Please write. How many MPs are there in your state or from your state in the Lok Sabha? Great. Schedule 1 of RPA 1950. So here also, same thing. How many MLAs are there in your state? This is mentioned in Schedule 2 of RPA 1950. So MPs of Lok Sabha, Schedule 1 of RPA, MPs in Rajya Sabha. Achha, where is that mentioned? How many MPs are there from your state in Rajya Sabha? Where is it mentioned? Okay, great. Schedule 4 of the Indian Constitution. Okay, fair enough. Great. Now, please understand, we are saying that in every state, there should be at least 60 MLAs, maximum 500 MLAs. But some states are way smaller. What do you mean by 60 MLAs? Take the example of, this is the map of Karnataka. For those who don't know, this is the map of Karnataka. Now, in the case of Karnataka, the entire state has 224 MLAs. Meaning what? The entire state is divided into 224 constituencies. The entire state is divided into 224 constituencies. Remember constituency, a small area where people vote and choose a leader. Every constituency will give us one MLA, one MLA, one MLA. So now imagine a bigger state can have 100, 200 constituencies. Smaller state, Sikkim. You can't divide Sikkim into 60 small parts. One part will be like 2 houses, one constituency. That's not possible. So the constitution allows that for some states, exception. meaning can have less than 60. Can have less than 60 MLAs also. Are we clear? This is mentioned in the constitution. Mentioned in the constitution. For example, Nagaland. If you look at Article 371 capital A, it says that Nagaland can have 46 minimum constituencies or MLAs. Sikkim, Article 371F, Sikkim can have up to as low as 30 MLAs also. Same goes for Mizoram, can have 40. Arunachal can have 30. Goa can have 30. It can have more, but the minimum is less. Clear? Exceptions mentioned in the constitution. I hope this point is now clear. Okay. And one more thing. We know very well, election is direct. What is direct? People vote. We go and vote in the elections for MLAs in our own constituencies. So just to compare, see, this is Karnataka state MPs, meaning this is an example of parliamentary constituency. And this is an example of MLAs. Legislative constituencies. Are you clear, everyone? See the difference? See the difference? Take a look at this. This is one constituency in the parliament from where one MP comes. And look at this. This entire area has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 constituencies, 6 MLAs. So now I hope you understand that an MP commands a bigger area than an MLA. MLA comes from a smaller area, MP larger area. Clear? So everybody is clear on this, yes or no? Or there is some doubt? Okay. And elections are direct. It is just that you are choosing MLA for your state to sit there and MP for the center. That's the only difference. Rest, everything is the same. We follow system of first past the post and age is 25 or above. So to be an MLA, you have to be 25 years or above. Clear? One more thing. Nagaland has 60. Understand, Prince. Nagaland currently has 60 MLAs. It can have 46 MLAs also. I am telling you the minimum strength. Like Sikkim. Sikkim has 32 MLAs, but it can have as low as 30. Understand the difference. You can have more, but I have reduced the minimum standard for you now. Are we clear on this? Everyone? Shalu, RPA is for the center. Who says RPA is for the center? Representation of People's Act. Is it a center? Is it a law which is meant only for center? Of course not. It is a law meant for elections. Clarity of opinion. RPA is a law meant for elections, not for center only. It's for the entire country, okay, including state level. If this figure is not clear, then I'm not sure what else can be clear. This is by far the most clear picture that can be painted for you to understand a Lok Sabha constituency and a Vidhan Sabha constituency. Okay. Clear, everybody? So now you can download this. Once you get the PPT, you can zoom in, zoom out. mug up all the names, draw diagrams on your own, paint it with different colors, stick photographs, make tattoo out of it. Nobody cares. This is the basic information that you need to know. Clear? Okay. Now, please don't ask me difference between MP and MLA. After all this explanation, please, it hurts. Deep pain inside that you ask me what is the difference between MP and MLA. MP is at the central level. MLA is at the state level. I'm mentioning here legislative constituency. In your state, there is a body which makes rules. At the center, there is a body which makes rules. So this is all about legislative assembly. We'll come to council. Have patience. We're discussing assembly, asking council. Once I discuss council, you ask something else. Focus is not on what is being taught. Irrelevant questions. Are we clear on the assemblies, everybody? The composition of the assembly. Minimum 60, maximum 500. Some states are given exception to have less than 60 also. Elections are direct. People vote. Age is 25 or above, just like the Lok Sabha. And number of MLAs are mentioned where? Number of MLAs are mentioned in the second schedule of RPA 1950. Same delimitation commission draws the boundaries of these constituencies also. Okay, that's it. Now, coming to Legislative Council. So this is something which people were very anxious about. What is this council? It is not in my state. I am losing out on something. You are losing out on nothing. Thank your state government, you don't have a council. Okay. And one more thing. This figure has some yellow and orange colored constituencies also. What is the meaning of that? This means SC seat, ST seat. Are we clear? Reservation for SCs and STs. Here also we have some seats which are reserved for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. Are we clear? So SC, ST reservation, meaning only a scheduled caste person can contest from this seat. Only a scheduled tribe person can contest from this seat. All these things decided by delimitation commission. And all other provisions are exactly the same. You have to be a citizen of India. You should not be of unsound mind. You should not be bankrupt. All that drama which is applicable to Lok Sabha is also applicable to the assembly. Clear? That's it. Same population of 1971 census, allocation of maximum number of seats. Everything is exactly the same. No difference at all. The only difference basically here was this point. The only difference. Maximum and minimum. This was the only different factor. Nothing else is different. Now, coming to councils. So, your first question will be, now we know that how are councils created and all. What will be the total strength of council? How many MLCs? How many MLCs depends on how many MLAs in your state. For example, the constitutional provision, Article 171 is very clear. It says number of MLAs. This figure lies between 1/3 number of MLCs. This figure lies between 1/3 number of MLAs, but should not be less than 40. Meaning what? How many MLCs are there in your state? This will be decided by number of MLAs in your state. It is range bound. So every state will have at least 40 MLCs. More than that, but should not cross 1/3 of the number of MLAs in your state. Clear? For example, as I gave the example of Karnataka with 224 MLAs. Yes or no? 224. Example. Karnataka has 75 MLCs. Okay, 75. 75 into 3 is how much? 200. 25. Similarly, other states like Bihar will have or has 75 MLCs. Maharashtra has 78. Of course, UP is slightly higher because UP has over 400 MLAs. So the figure is also 100. Andhra Pradesh has 50 and Telangana has 40. Number of MLCs in all the states which have MLCs. How to calculate? Use this figure. Clear on this? Now comes a bigger question. Who are these members? How are MLCs being chosen? Who elects them? Right? Where are they coming from? Random people dropping from the sky? Of course not. These people are chosen both by direct election and indirect election. So again, I'll take the example of Karnataka only for everybody's easy understanding. See, what happens is, example of Karnataka. How many MLAs will be there? MLCs are there in Karnataka? 75 MLCs. Some are elected directly and others by MLAs of the state, meaning indirectly. Please pay extreme focus now. This is the situation. Now, how many people are chosen by MLAs? 1/3 of the total number of seats given to that state, MLCs. 1/3. All of them come from those people who are voted by MLAs. Of course, this means what? This means indirect election, because MLA is voting, election is indirect, proportional representation. Now, second stage. So, in our example, Karnataka, 25 MLCs are chosen by MLAs of Karnataka. 1/3. Remember, 1/3. How many remain? 50 seats remain. Again, 1/3 are chosen by local body members. Local body members. What are these local bodies? Panchayats, municipalities, etc. Their members. How do they come into picture? We'll discuss that election later on. But all the members of Gram Panchayat, Zilla Parishad, Block Panchayat, they choose, they vote. So what is going to happen? The entire state of Karnataka, let's say this is a state, this is the state of Karnataka. It will be divided into 25 small parts. "25 parts, 25 constituencies and local body members vote." Are we clear on this? So in this area, all the Gram Panchayat, all the Zilla Parishad members, whoever are there, they will vote and choose one MLC. One MLC. One MLC. So here people are voting. So elected by people. Apart from it, now we have 25 MLCs chosen by local bodies. Clear? Everyone so far clear? 25 plus 25 is 50. Now, 1/12 of these members, 1/12, they are elected by graduates and 1/12 are elected by teachers. Graduates and teachers. 1/12 are chosen by graduates, 1/12 by teachers. Graduate for 3 years. If you have been a graduate in your state for 3 years, or if you are a teacher of 3 years, and that too secondary school and above, not a primary school teacher, not lower in standard than secondary school. Clear? Teacher. What will happen is, again the state of Karnataka is divided into, say, 7 parts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These 7 parts. These are 7 constituencies. In these constituencies, all the graduates in this area, they will vote. For example, in your Karnataka, we have constituencies like Karnataka South, Karnataka West, Karnataka Northeast, etc. Graduates vote. People, graduates, normal people. Same thing, same argument. Again, entire state of Karnataka is divided into how many parts? Divided into 7 parts again. Again, in all these 7 parts, like say this part, all the teachers living in this area, they choose MLC. Here, 7 constituencies, teachers vote. Are we clear? Everybody? This is how election takes place. So people can contest also. What is a age to contest? 30 or above. That's the age. If you want, you can contest. And you can contest from a graduate constituency. You can contest from a teacher constituency. You can contest from local body constituency, like local bodies. In Karnataka, Hassan, Bidar, Kerala, Bangalore rural, Bangalore urban, various kind of constituencies are there. Clear? So this is with respect to the composition of Legislative Council. Now, one more thing. Some seats are reserved for governor's nomination. So in the case of Karnataka, 25, 25, 50, 57 plus 7, 64, total 75, 11 left, 11. 11 seats are reserved for governor's nomination, nominated by the governor from persons who are experienced in the field of literature, science, art, cooperative movement, and social service. Okay. So this is with respect to the composition of legislative councils. This information is way more than what is needed for the examination. Basic understanding with a live example of a state. You can search for other states also and simply change this number. This number will change. That's it. This number will change for every other state. Other things will remain the same. The funda remains the same. So this is how the members of councils are chosen. A few are chosen by MLAs, a few are chosen by local bodies, a few by teachers, a few by graduates. Okay. Anybody can contest. Don't ask me, sir, in a graduate constituency, can only graduates contest? No, no, no. Anybody can contest. To contest, the same qualification, being a citizen, age of 30, all the drama is there. It is just that the voter changes. That's it. Clear? This is with respect to the composition of the councils. Are we clear? So now if you say, sir, so MLCs, do they belong to a constituency? Yes and no. If you are this MLC chosen by MLAs, this one, you have no constituency. But if you are this MLC, then you have a constituency. If you are this MLC, you have a constituency. If you are this MLC, you have a constituency. So it depends on what MLC you are. Are you elected by MLA? Are you elected by local bodies? Or are you elected by teacher or graduates? Local bodies means members of Gram Panchayat, members of Block Panchayat, members of Zilla Parishad. We'll discuss panchayats when the chapter comes. Next chapter is panchayats only. But how to decide from which area graduate? The entire state is, this is the entire map of Karnataka. The entire state is divided into 7 parts. This is the entire map of Karnataka. Are we clear on this? This is the entire map of Karnataka, not a small part. Assembly and council consist of different constituencies. It can be different, it can be same. So ideally it is different only. Legislative assembly constituency is smaller than a council constituency. Look at this, basic common sense. Entire state is divided into 7 small areas. An entire state in 224 areas. You tell me, which area is bigger? I think you know the answer. Okay. So Sikkim will never be able to see if your issue is that the minimum is 40. What about Sikkim? Just like we have exceptions here, if Sikkim wants to create a council, then maybe we can have an exception for Sikkim. Like in case of Jammu and Kashmir, not right now, but previously. In case of Jammu and Kashmir, it had a council with only 36 MLCs. Exception. Exceptions can always be created. Okay? Exceptions can always be created. So this is with respect to the Legislative Council. And Nitika, don't calculate the exact number. Exact number is not possible for calculation, right? It is a rough estimate. We cannot calculate the exact number. No, Shalu, it is not. To address your concern. Shruti, who has more power? Who has more power? Interesting. We'll discuss shortly and then you tell me who has more power. No, Abhishek. Elections are conducted by Election Commission of India only. Don't assume things. Okay. Then the same old story continues. Here also. It is a continuing chamber, tenure of 6 years, all that drama continues. Same thing. Okay? Clear? So this is how MLAs and MLCs are chosen. I hope this point is clear now. Beyond that, if you are looking into it, you are just wasting your time. Nothing good will come out of it. And I think beyond this, if you still have a doubt, then you can watch the recording again hundreds of times to get the doubt clarified. Darshan, sir, why Parliament did not approve the MLC for Rajasthan? Same problem. The idea is, if I as a state want to have an MLC, justification required. Why MLC? So the problem is that MLCs don't really have any power. We'll see shortly. No power. So there is, as of now, no justification. Even these states, frankly, which have MLCs, what are they doing? Nothing. These states which have MLCs, they have nothing at all in terms of power. What is this check on the hasty legislation? It is just a nice point on paper only. In reality, they have no real power. We'll come to it shortly. Just one last piece of information. This number that you see here is mentioned in Schedule 3 of RPA 1950. Okay, that's it. Shruti, continuing chamber meaning the house does not get dissolved. Dissolution, abolishing the house, two different terms, don't confuse. Abolish means I'm ending it. The house is not there only. Dissolution means members' tenure is over. Now new members come. Entire house tenure is over. Fresh election. That is called dissolution. Abolishing a house means the house is dead. No election in future also. Nothing happens. Can an MLC become member in Rajya Sabha? Shobana, yes. But if you want to be a member of Rajya Sabha, you have to be there only. You can't be an MLC at the same time. You cannot be a member of both the houses. Okay. And yes, here also no reservation at all for SCs, STs, just like Rajya Sabha, nothing. We already have a nomination right. And one more thing, for governor's nomination, you have to be a resident of the state. Condition. Resident of the state. That's the only condition. In case you want to become governor of the state, MLC through governor nomination, you have to be what? A resident of that state. Clear? There is no maximum tenure, eligible for any number of times, 100 years also, 200 years also, till you are alive. You can keep on becoming. Yes, Mayank, come on. Don't ask this again. Governor's nomination, do you think governor has real power? It is all chief minister's power. Governor's discretion, always look at discretion. All this is CM's power. What is governor's power? Was it president's power to nominate? Of course not. Parliamentary form, government, CM is the real boss, not the governor. PM is the real boss, not the president. Yes, Janvi. Okay. Now, Shruti, their oath. One of our innocent aspirant is asking about the oath. Please tell everybody. The oath of MLA and MLC, is it mentioned anywhere in the constitution? No. Sometimes you guys give me a minor heart attack only. Yes, it is mentioned. What is Schedule 3? Contains oath of office, of secrecy for ministers at the central level, at the state level. Please, right now, if it's possible, open the annotation PPTs of that particular chapter. It is mentioned there. Oath of candidates to contest elections. in Schedule 3. Oath of MP, MLA, MLC in Schedule 3. Okay, now people are at least marking the right statement. Schedule 3. Don't forget what is being taught behind. It is very important. Okay. Shruti, please choose your words carefully. This is the faculty you are referring to. Please. Coming to passage of bills. Now, passage of bills. So, other things remain the same kind of NCM, trust vote, all the drama is the same. This is where the point differs. And now, some people were asking about who is more important, MLA, MLC. Let's see, and let us leave the opinion for them to make. So, passage of bills, very simple, very basic. There can be two cases. We are firstly referring to ordinary bills. Okay, ordinary bills. Ordinary bills can be introduced in the assembly, in the council, just like ordinary bills at the central level can be introduced in the Lok Sabha, in the Rajya Sabha, by a minister, by a non-minister. Case 1 will be, case 1 is going to be what? When the bill is introduced in the assembly. LA, Legislative Assembly. So, when the bill is introduced in the LA, or let me write introduced only, introduced in the Legislative Assembly. If the bill is introduced here, it will go be passed, it will go to council. Passage goes to council. What can council do? Council can pass the bill. Of course, you will say, sir, council, very nice, pass the bill. Fully agree. Once it is passed, bill goes to governor. Then governor can do his own drama of veto powers. Second thing, the council can suggest changes, choice of words, not make changes, suggest changes. Okay. Now, those changes, if accepted by the Legislative Assembly, the bill goes to governor, no problem. But the issue is, what if the changes are not accepted? If not accepted by the Legislative Assembly. Now tell me, if these changes are not accepted by the assembly, you will say, sir, deadlock will happen. Deadlock will happen, right? Okay. No deadlock happens. Nothing happens. If the council says make this change, I say to hell with you and I'll pass the bill. Bill sent to governor without changes. Now please tell me, What is the power of council? You can't even make changes. There can be one more issue. What if the council takes no action, just like the assembly, the Rajya Sabha? Takes no action for 3 months. Then what happens? Legislative Assembly passes the bill again. Council is not doing anything. Assembly will pass the bill again to the council. Council, come on, like a reminder, missed call, please. Again, if the assembly still is not responding, if no action taken for 1 month, then what happens? Bill is passed. Bill is deemed to be passed automatically. Now please just look at this and tell me, what is the power of the council? Can you get this idea that council, the only thing it can do is it can cause a delay of how many months? 4 months. This implies council can only delay the passage of bill, and that too for maximum how many months? 4 months. Coming to this point here, can be used to delay legislation. Now I hope those who were very upset, my state has no council, you are more relieved now. That rather than paying salary to these people, it's better not to have a council, right? And see, 4 months delay, nothing changes. Come on. It is not that, oh, amazing thing is, oh, some great problem has happened, 4 months of delay, what to do now? Nothing will happen. It's just 4 months of delay. So, at best, a council can take no action which will cause the bill to be passed after 4 months. That's the best thing that can happen. But this was case 1. What if a bill is introduced in the Legislative Council? Can the council introduce the bill? Yes, it can. Okay. Legislative Council passing the bill, goes to the assembly. If passed by the assembly, assembly says, oh wow, council, great work. Goes to governor. If rejected, what happens? Bill ends. Dead. Nothing can happen. Meaning what? If the council passes a bill, assembly wants to make some change or say does not want to pass the bill will not be passed. The bill, please, all this summarized into one line. A bill at the state legislature level will only be passed with all the provisions if all the provisions are acceptable to the Legislative Assembly only. I'm repeating. If or any bill in the state legislature will only be passed if all the provisions of that proposal, that bill, are acceptable to the legislative assembly only. We do not care about the council. We simply do not care about the council. Nothing can be done by the council. It can only suggest some changes. Are we clear? So that's there. So eventually, this is all that happens in case of ordinary bills. Reintroduction can be done in case to reintroduction. You introduce again. How many times introduce? It always comes down to just one point. What is that point? That point is, did the assembly accept the bill? No, sorry, not passed. Assembly accepts it, passed. So eventually, who is passing the bill? Assembly. This was ordinary bills. Now coming to case second thing, money bills. Money bills, same provision. LC can cause a delay of how many days? 14 days. That's it. Money bill, it's the same. Money bill, it's the exact same provision as center. So money bill, Rajya Sabha also has no power. So no need to be upset and sad that, oh, money bill, no power for council. In case of money bill, even Rajya Sabha is completely useless. I mean, let's not say that, but that's the reality. One more type of bill, constitutional amendment bill. Tell me, what happens if a constitutional amendment bill is introduced? Please write the answer. Write what you feel will happen. Oh, people fell prey to this question, writing various kinds of things. How sweet. Before you write further, control your emotions. Don't write. You're only embarrassing. A constitutional amendment bill cannot be introduced only in the state legislature. It can only be introduced at the central level. States have no power to introduce a constitutional amendment bill. Whether it is council or the assembly, they simply cannot bring such a bill. India is not a federal country. Are we clear? India has a very strong centralizing tendency. State governments have no say in amending the constitution. Okay. So that's there with respect to passage of bills. And because of this amazing situation, we call legislative councils as dilatory chamber. What is dilatory chamber? Cause a delay only. It has nothing to contribute to the legislative process. You can say, sir, but valuable suggestions can be given. Or of course that can be given. That depends on quality of members also, right? That's also a big problem there. If MLAs are, that's why he said the real reason for a council. Somebody asked, then why do we have council? Now suddenly your stand has changed. Why do we have a council then? See, this is the only reason. Frankly, no other reason. This is just a clever tool used by some states so that if they lose elections, some important leaders, they can be placed in the council. That okay, enjoy. Otherwise, there is no currently there is no advantage or benefit of a council in its present form. Nothing. So this is for the wastage of money. Yes, Shalu, money bill can't be introduced in the council. Exact same provisions. Let's not repeat everything. It's the exact same provisions. Aditya, how to demolish council? How to demolish a council? abolish a council, we have seen the provisions here. This is how you abolish a council. No, Kivika, this cannot be Mamata Banerjee because in West Bengal there is no council. Okay. Now, to just summarize, I think this would be a better summary of our councils, right? That's all. We are done with the state legislature. But before that, there are some situations where there is a sort of equality in power. Just like we had compared the power of Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. There was a question in the test this time. I hope you wrote the answer for that also. Sorry, one more point. Are we taking tests? The answer writing test. A for yes, B for no. Please. Don't lie. A for yes, B for no. May I know why? All these 59% people, what is the trouble? Don't get time. Okay. Fear cannot be the reason. It's okay. Start. At some point, you have to start writing answers. What will happen? You'll get 2 marks. So what? You are here to improve. That's the whole point. Okay. Practicing law. Oh, we have a lawyer also. We have to be very cautious on what we speak. Because of board exams, fear to write. Just write. Okay. Now, just to conclude, we were discussing about the Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha powers. So, see, there is nothing special about a council. So, we have nothing like special power of council which is not there with the assembly. That's not there. But there is equality in power and status in some situations. For example, both the assembly and the council, LA, assembly, council, can introduce and pass the bills. Passage meaning, what is the passage of bills? Simple majority. So this is common for both houses, no problem. Approving the ordinances, both houses have the power to approve the ordinances. Selection of ministers, including the chief minister. So in some states, we have had CMs who have come from councils. Then, every constitutional body, every statutory body, the report which is given to governor is submitted in both the assembly and the council. Okay. And also enlargement of the jurisdiction of SPSC. This is Article 321. More about this in your governance classes when you are taught UPSC and SPSC, your body after all. So if you want to increase the power of State Public Service Commission, then a bill can be brought both in the council or in the assembly. But please remember, passage means what? The passage will always be with assembly, the control. Council has no say when it comes to actual passage. You can bring a bill, but it requires the assembly's confirmation to be passed. So, enlargement of jurisdiction, meaning area of influence. What is jurisdiction? Power of SPSC. Are you clear? That's all. We are done with the councils. So, coming to Lakshmikant, in case you want to study, you can study chapters 30, 31, 32, 33. 32, 33. And important article 169 is the only important article here. Otherwise, and that too now it's not important. Why? I'll tell you why. Look at this. A question asked a couple of years back only. So we don't think UPSC is going to repeat such a factual question in the nearby future. Explain the constitutional provisions under which legislative councils are established. Review the working and current status of legislative councils with suitable illustration. So, in the introduction, mention about Article 169, it allows the state legislature to create a council and with the ultimate approval of the parliament, and 6 states have the councils. In the body, explain the procedure. Clear on this? Then review the working and current status, advantages, some challenges, and conclusion. Don't write the conclusion. I will tell you a conclusion, but only after studying panchayats. There is a very good conclusion for councils. So all of you who are saying that councils are useless, I fully agree. But in one day's time, your perception will change. Councils can become useful. Can. Not right now. They can, with some modification. What is that? We'll discuss after we study panchayats. So this is going to be a structure for this particular answer. Okay. Yes, Shruti, same kind of committees. Everything is exactly the same. So don't worry. The focus on committees is always at the central level. So many states, hundreds of committees, different names. Nobody is going to ask you this question. Yogita, static question. No specific reason. Basically, what had happened was that states like MP, states like Andhra Pradesh, their discussions are going on. Like in MP, they wanted to create a council, and in Andhra Pradesh, they want to abolish the council. Because of this reason, this question might have been asked. That's the only reason. Because this topic was in news. Okay. That's it. A procedure mentioned in Article 169. That's the procedure. How to create a council. To create or abolish. That's it. We are done with our discussion on the state executive and the state legislature also. Legislature by far is done. Now we'll come to what? The local self-government. Panchayats and municipalities. Panchayats are meant for rural areas, municipalities for urban areas. Now, a lot of you would not know basically what these panchayats and municipalities are, especially panchayats, because you are all from urban areas. So I will discuss in detail the structure of panchayats. Okay. Shalu, there is no need to pass the bill again if changes are not accepted. As simple as that. I think the SME had addressed this also. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's take a break first. After the break, we'll discuss about panchayats, the only place where we have a sort of direct democracy called Gram Sabha, where people actually take part in the meetings, right? And once you clear the examination, you will also be taken when in the Bharat Darshan, and you will be shown an actual panchayat meeting taking place. Of course, that will just be a joke, because in a small village, suddenly information comes that DMs are coming. In your training also, you are a trainee staff. They think DM is coming. 10 DMs are coming suddenly. In a village which has never seen a BDO also, DMs are coming. They become very excited. And that panchayat meeting, that Gram Sabha meeting will be a complete farce. Perfect meeting. Normally, Gram Sabha meeting is not this perfect. You will find fighting, abuse, stone pelting, slipper pelting, all this happens in Gram Sabha meetings. But nevertheless, you will see your Gram Sabha meetings when you clear the examination live. Otherwise, if you want to see it, go to your nearby village and see a Gram Sabha meeting. Let's take a break. And that's it. After the break, we'll discuss the panchayats. Break till 6:51 p.m. Full enjoyment of 15 minutes. Break, please, guys. Welcome back, guys. Devi Sri, sir, I have known about Gram Panchayat little bit. Okay, Devi Sri. Nice, nice. We'll get to know slightly more. Abhinash, what will happen if somebody hit me by their slippers? Depends. Do you want to hit them back, or do you simply want to run away from them? So, personal choice. Okay. I am from village. My village is Gram Panchayat. I don't know about in detail. Case of defamation. Why defamation with slippers? With slippers, it's a attack. It's an assault, battery. Could be attempt to murder also. Why go for defamation? Go for a bigger punishment. Okay, so let's begin our discussion. On panchayats, and on this great auspicious occasion of actually National Panchayati Raj Day, we are studying about the panchayats, 24th of April, right? Because that is a day on which the modification made came into force. Also, today is a date of the judgment of Keshwan and Bharti, right? So we just had a video uploaded on Keshwan and Bharti, made by me only, no self-promotion, please. But anyway, and of course, yes, today is the birthday of also Sachin Tendulkar, the god of cricket, turning 50 today. So a lot of great things happening on the same day. Now, first up is the constitutional provision for panchayats. So what exactly does the constitution say about panchayats? So there is a DPSP, Article 40, which says, organization of village panchayat. The state shall take steps to organize village panchayats and endow. Endow means to provide, okay? And endow them with such powers and authority as may be necessary or indispensable to enable them to function as units of self-government. So the idea here is that the state, should create a panchayat and also endow, provide it with power. Clear? And this concept of local self-governance is in state list, entry number 5. So that is why you will see that a lot of provisions with respect to panchayats, municipalities, are left for states to decide, right? Center has given some broad constitutional direction. Beyond that, states have been given a lot of scope to decide on the smaller details of panchayats. Now, this idea of about panchayats as a concept is there in the constitution, not from the beginning, later on. It came later on, right? And as I said, it's all about the rural areas. Rural areas. So in the country, based on at least census 2011, roughly 68.8% people belong to these rural areas. So almost more than two-thirds of the country comes under the provisions of panchayats. Now, this concept of panchayats has evolved gradually. In the very beginning, we had a concept borrowed from USA called Community Development Program. In 1952, after 5 years, a committee was set up called Balwant Rai Mehta Committee to evaluate the performance of the CDP or the Community Development Program. It was this Balwant Rai Mehta Committee which gave recommendations. Recommended Panchayat. And finally, based on this recommendation, first Panchayat was established in 1959 on the 2nd of October, Mahatma Gandhi's birthday, Nagaur district, Rajasthan. People who are from Rajasthan, proud moment for you. Anybody from Rajasthan? Nobody from Rajasthan. How is it possible? Oh, a few of you are. So great, a proud moment for you. This is how it all began, the panchayats. Then lot of committees were set up. Ashok Mehta Committee, GVK Rao Committee, Gadgil Committee, all these committees were set up to give recommendations to further improve the condition of panchayats. Now, you will find all these committees and their recommendations in the book Lakshmikant, chapter 38. But my advice is, don't read these recommendations. Don't. They are completely useless. Not a single question has ever been asked in the last 30 years from these committees, and it will not be asked also. Okay. Lakshmikant, chapter 38 till 38.8. I am writing may skip, but you should skip. Please don't focus on all these recommendations. Ashok Mehta Committee gave 138 recommendations. Which ones to remember, right? And this is very old information. And now we have a constitutional provision, which is what is important. So please, my request is, don't focus on these recommendations. If in some mock test a question is asked, it's okay, ignore it. Your purpose is to clear the UPSC examination, not to get 200 marks in mock test. So please don't study. Are we clear on this? So focus on what is important, not the useless information. Are we clear? Okay. Moving on then. Coming up is this concept now. So after all these committees, eventually we realized one thing, that we need to have standard constitutional provisions, because we found that if we give instruction to states, there is lot of variation across the country. We wanted some uniform provisions across the country. That is why in 1992, finally, through the 73rd Amendment Act, we set up a 3-tier system with 4 institutions. And we added one part 9 to the Indian Constitution, Articles 243 to 243 capital O. This is not 2430, it is 243O. And one more schedule was added called 11th schedule. Okay. What is all this? We'll come to it slowly and steadily. And this Amendment Act was notified or became applicable on the 24th of April. So 24th of April, which is also called the National Panchayati Raj Day. National Panchayati Raj Day. No, O cannot be put in the bracket. Please, if I put O in the bracket, it becomes a clause. Please do not write like this. It has a different meaning. Understand? Okay. This means Article 19, Clause A. This means Article 19A, a separate article. These two things are different. Don't equate it. So, Article 243, 243A, B, C, D, so on and so forth. Now, before we discuss anything, let me help you understand the structure first, and then we'll come down to what are the provisions. Pay attention. And once I draw this diagram, I would request you also to draw the entire structure separately. It will help you memorize things effectively. So, step by step. Step number 1. This is an entire state. Entire state. This state is divided into very small parts called district. District, multiple parts called district. Okay. Every district is further divided into smaller parts. They are called block, mandal, taluk, etc. Depending on which state you are in, this nomenclature can change. You can call it samiti, tehsil, taluk, mandal, block, etc. Names can change, please. Every such block that you are seeing is divided into further smaller parts called gram. What is gram? Gram is village. Village is called a gram. Clear? Now, let's zoom in on 1 gram. So I am just zooming in on 1 gram. This is a gram. This gram is further divided into very small parts, like small colonies. In most of the states, these are called ward. Okay? Very general kind of term. I hope now you understand. Clear? So, group of wards combine to form a gram, group of grams combine to form a mandal, samiti, tehsil, taluk, whatever block, group of blocks combine to form a district. Clear on this, everybody? Okay. Now what happens is, we have people living in all these areas, people. These people vote and choose members who will represent their ward. So at the lowest level of governance, lowest level, we have the concept of what you know as Gram Sabha. What is Gram Sabha? Gram Sabha refers to the village population, adult population, above 18. This is what is Gram Sabha. All the people, the adult village population in the voter list. electoral roll. So I am writing voter list, but please use the term electoral roll now. Okay. This is what is a gram, entire gram. The people of this entire area are called members of Gram Sabha, all the adult population of the village. Now, Gram Sabha has roughly 3 to 4,000 people. Okay. One or more villages. Sometimes if some village is very small, then 2 or 3 villages will combine together to form one Gram Sabha. That's also possible. The average population of a Gram Sabha is roughly 3 to 4,000. Okay. The country's average, to be exact, is 3,416, if I'm not wrong. That's the exact population or average population of every Gram Sabha. Anyway, as I said, this entire Gram Sabha is divided into small parts called ward, small colony. Think of it as colony in your area. From every ward, people who are there inside the ward, they choose a leader like MLA, MLC, ward member. Okay. So you have ward member, ward member, ward member, ward member, ward member. All these are ward members. Clear on this? They are all ward members. We'll simply call them members. All the ward members collectively combine to form what we call the lowest level of or tier called Gram Panchayat. Okay, this is the lowest tier of the governing structure in the country. Gram Panchayat. Gram Panchayat will comprise of what? It will comprise of a chairperson and members. Head will be a chairperson. Clear on this? Now, again come back to the previous figure. Similarly, this entire gram is a part of a block. Block has people, same people. Now they will vote and choose who is a member of this block. The next level of governance, that is called an intermediate panchayat. We'll use a generic term called intermediate panchayat. Because this can have different names. Intermediate panchayat. Some states prefer calling it like I'll write here. Intermediate panchayat. What all possible names are there? Can be called a block, can be called a mandal, can be called a tehsil, can be called a taluk, etc. Okay, don't be angry if your name is not mentioned there. There are so many nomenclatures. We'll not write all those things. And I would request you, whatever your place is called, use intermediate panchayat only. It's a neutral term, so it is better. Do not reveal which state you belong to. Similarly, in the entire district now, all the people living here, same people who are part of Gram Sabha, right? They will vote and choose members at the next level, which is what is called the district panchayat or Zilla Parishad. Zilla Parishad. Are we clear on this? And just like the Gram Panchayat, these people also have the same concept of membership that we saw in the Gram Panchayat. You have chairperson and you have members. You have chairperson and you have members. Okay. Now, the next important and pertinent question is, how are these members being chosen? Members at all the levels, they are all elected. So I'll write directly elected. Directly elected. Here also directly elected. Here also directly elected. Clear? So, Venkat, intermediate panchayat is the block, this block, which is a combination of some grams. Focus on the diagram again and again. Clear? Directly elected by whom? By people. Why? See, are you a part of a ward in a village? Yes, you choose a member of Gram Panchayat. Are you a part of a block here? Here a block? Yes, you choose a block Panchayat member. Are you a part of district? Yes, you are. You choose a district Panchayat member. Are we clear on this? This is the information required. Don't go for division and all other things, not required for our discussion. Don't complicate matters. Just stay here. Now, how is the chairperson chosen? So, please focus. Members will elect one chairperson as chairperson from amongst themselves. From amongst themselves, meaning indirect. Clear on this? Same thing here. Indirect. Are we clear so far, everyone? Zilla means district. For those who are confused, let me just write here. Zilla refers to a district. Language barrier is possible. Clear on this? One point remains. At the Gram Panchayat level, how is the chairperson chosen? If I ask this question to you, some of you will say, sir, direct. Some of you will say, no, sir, indirect. Both are right, both are wrong. Because this person is chosen in the manner which the state legislature decides. Decided by state legislature. Are we clear on this? So, it can be direct, it can be indirect. See, some of you are writing direct, some are writing by members. That is why. In some states, this person is chosen directly by the people of this entire area will choose a chairperson of the Gram Panchayat. In some places, the members from amongst themselves will choose. This varies. Don't need to know for which state is direct, indirect, not required. We need to know the constitutional provision. That is what is important. Now, one more thing, just for information. The chairperson of GP. What is GP? Everybody, what is GP? Gram Panchayat. Gram Panchayat. GP. Don't be confused. Gram Panchayat chairperson, this person, can be called by various names. Some of you will say, sir, he is called Sarpanch. Fully agree. Some will say, sir, he is called Mukhiya. Some will say, no, sir, he is called Pradhan. Okay, you are right. Some will say, sir, he is called President. You are also right, etc. Depending on your state, right? What is the name of this Sarpanch, Gram Panchayat chairperson? It depends on your state. That is why we'll use a neutral term called chairperson. We will not use some specific term because it will create, again, as I said, why should the evaluator in your answers know which state you belong to? Never reveal such kind of intricate facts. We never know. What if you are from North India and evaluator hates North Indians? Or what if you're from South India, evaluator hates South Indians? We never know the bias of the evaluator. So please be neutral. Always neutral terms should be used in your answers. These are the constitutional provisions. Now, one question can be, sir, who is voting and choosing? Are same people choosing? Yes. Let us assume I am this person here. This person. Individual person. I will vote 4 times or at least 3 times. One, I will vote for Gram Panchayat member. Vote for IP stands for Intermediate Panchayat member. And I will also vote for ZP, Zilla Parishad member. 3 votes are mandatory. Plus, in some cases, it will also be 4 votes. If the Sarpanch of your village is elected directly by people, I have to vote there also. So, to give you a simple answer for this, when you enter the polling booth, no EVMs, ballot papers. You enter the polling booth, you have to put 4 votes. One for Gram Panchayat member of my small ward, one for the Sarpanch of the entire village, one for the block member, and one for Zilla Parishad member. Now, of course, it's very complicated. So, some states, what they do, they conduct election for Gram Panchayat and Sarpanch separately, and for block panchayat and Zilla Parishad separately. So all these things are of no concern to us. How a state is conducting elections is of no concern to us. What we need to know is the constitutional provision. Are we clear now? So what is this 3-tier structure? Tier 1 Gram Panchayat, Tier 2 IP, Tier 3 ZP. So the 3-tier structure refers to GP, IP, ZP. 3-tier system. And what are the 4 institutions? Gram Sabha is an institution, Gram Panchayat, Intermediate Panchayat, and Zilla Parishad. These are called institutions. Governing structure is 3-tier only, because Gram Sabha is not a governing body. Gram Sabha is all the people of the area, voters, voter list. If you are in the voter list, you are a Gram Sabha member. All the people living in that village, they are a part of Gram Sabha. Of course, you should be above 18 years of age. That's it. That's there. Now, there is mandatory reservation at all the levels. So first things first, addressing this concern. Okay, use this. mandatory reservation. Meaning this reservation is mandatory. It is mentioned under Article 243 capital D. It's a mandatory reservation. Okay. For two categories of people, scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and women. How is that? We'll discuss shortly. But just understand, mandatory reservation for women also. Members plus chairpersons. Clear? This is the constitutional provision. Apart from it, there is one more provision. State legislature, optional. By law. What is by law? By law, meaning what? Simple majority. State legislature by law may provide. It is not mandatory, but it is optional. So if a state legislature wants, it can provide for certain things. What? It can provide for, amongst members representation or nomination of MP, MLA, MLC, okay, and also chairperson of intermediate panchayat, plus reservation for other backward classes. OBC reservation is not mandatory. It's optional reservation. So some state can provide for it, other state may not provide for it. Clear? Same thing happens here also. Amongst members, same thing. Representation or nomination of MP, MLA, MLC and chairperson of Gram Panchayat, plus reservation for OBC. And finally, at the Gram Panchayat level, reservation for OBC. So MP, MLA, MLC cannot become a member of Gram Panchayat, but they can become member of Zilla Parishad or intermediate Panchayat. Are we clear on this? So like you have governor's nomination in the Vidhan Sabha, like you have president's nomination in the Lok Sabha, similarly in Zilla Parishad, in intermediate Panchayat, you can have the state legislature make a law to provide for nomination of local MP from that area, MLA from that area, MLC, right? Or intermediate Panchayat chairperson here, this person here, this person here. Plus at all three levels, OBC reservation can also be made. This reservation is mandatory. OBC reservation is optional. Clear on this? This can be done by a law. What is by law? By a simple majority, a proposal or a bill is passed in the state assembly. Done? Everybody clear now? Any issue, any concern? No concern? Great. This is the constitutional VS. What is VS? Where is VS? Pinpoint. What is this to explain here? Reservation amongst members, like you have reservation in Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha. Same thing here. What is so special? Nothing special. We'll come to what is and how is that made later on. Just understand that there is reservation for SC, ST and women. That's it. No Vaishna, yes, can become. Yes, correct. Can become members of the Zilla Parishad. Can. Very good. How reservation? Ignore it. Reservation is there. This is what you need to know. How? We'll come to it. Are we clear so far? Representation of MP, MLA, MLC if the state legislature makes a law. Can you read this statement? If that is not a difficult thing, please read this important statement. State legislature, meaning the state assembly, state council, they can make a law and in their own state, they can allow for local MP to also go and sit in the meeting of Zilla Parishad. Are we clear, everyone? Okay. Now, this is more like a legislative kind of body. We need some government person to be attached. So, there are some executives at each level. Like at the Zilla Parishad level, you have district collector or district magistrate, DM. At the intermediate panchayat level, you have BDO, block development officer. At the gram panchayat level, you have somebody called panchayat secretary. These are people who keep a link or maintain a link between that level of panchayat and also with respect to the state government, or else how will there be a link? So these executives are the link between the various tiers and the state government. Okay, so that's it. So this is with respect to the entire panchayat structure. Constitutional provisions, you need to remember each and every element of it. Clear? Now, moving on and looking at these provisions which are mentioned, we have seen all this. Now let's see what exactly do these things mean. So first things first, I said Zilla Panchayat, Zilla Parishad, District Panchayat, all are the same thing. No need to worry. Terms may be different, but we need to know the standard terms used across the country, and the reason I have told very clearly. Now, Articles 243 to 243O have been added. We know it. Then, mandatory provision, 3-tier system. So it is mandatory to have a 3-tier system of Panchayati Raj in all the states. It is not an option now. Earlier it used to be optional, but now in every state you need to have a 3-tier Panchayat. Exception. There is exception here also. States with population less than 20 lakhs. States with population less than 20 lakhs may not form intermediate panchayat. Example, Sikkim. Now, that state's population is going to be very, very small, so we can ignore the third, a middle tier. So in the 3-tier system we had mentioned here, 3-tier system, what is this? Tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. In the 3-tier system, Gram Panchayat, Intermediate Panchayat, Zilla Parishad or District Panchayat, we may exclude the people, we may exclude the central one, middle one, in a smaller state which has lesser population. Now, very important, all the members, not chairpersons, members of panchayats, all the members at the village level, at the intermediate level, at the district level, they shall be elected directly by the people. Every member is elected directly by the people. See here, direct election, direct election, direct election. Okay. Apart from this, reservation of seats for SC and ST in every panchayat. It's there. Reservation for SC, ST, and reservation of not less than 1/3 seats for women. That's there. Clear? Now let's come to how is the reservation done? What is the basis? Reservation, as you know, is mentioned under Article 243, capital D, mandatory reservation. For SC, ST, the members, how many seats are reserved? Whatever is the number of, whatever is the population of SC or ST in that level. So let us assume that in a, say, Gram Panchayat or in a Gram Sabha, in this particular area, okay, is a small ward. At the entire Gram level, if 10% are SCs, then 10% seats in Gram Panchayat reserved for scheduled caste. Clear on this? Okay. So it depends on what level we are talking about. At that level, those many seats are reserved for the members, SC, ST. Secondly, amongst chairmen, how many seats are reserved? Of all the chairmen at all the levels, the number of seats reserved for SC, ST is based on the population of the SC, ST in the entire state, not that area, the entire state. If let's say 10% of the state's population is scheduled caste people, then we will have reservation of 10% of all the chairpersons at all levels seat belonging to the scheduled castes. SC, ST reservation is always based on population, nothing unique here. Now comes the reservation for women. Women's reservation, both chairpersons and members. It is basically based on rotation. How and what is this rotation? So understand that women, it's not that in one area only women are there. Women are there everywhere in the country in almost 50% population. So half the people of any area you pick are women only. So how will we reserve the seats? And that to 1/3. So it is based on rotation. We keep on rotating the seats. Example, let us say there are 6 seats. Seat and year. Seat A, seat B, C, D, E, F. And 1993, after 5 years elections take place, 98, 2003, 2008, 2013, 2018, so on and so forth. So how many seats are there total? 6 seats. How many are reserved? At least 1/3, 2 seats. In 1993, this seat is reserved. Here R will stand for reserved. I am writing it here. And U will stand for unreserved. Reserved seat meaning only a woman can contest from there. And other seats are unreserved, 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 unreserved. So just to draw lines so as you are not confused. Okay, clear? After 5 years, what is going to happen is the seats which were earlier reserved, they become open for anyone. Unreserved, unreserved. 2 other seats become reserved. In this way, every area, women of every area get a chance to or the benefit of reservation. Unreserved, unreserved. After again 5 years, some other 2 seats are reserved. Again after 5 years, other 2 seats are reserved. After 5 years, other 2 seats are reserved. Sorry. And after 5 years, some other 2 seats are reserved. Rotation basis. Are we clear on this? Everybody? What if 7 seats? Of course, we will not have exact 1/3, right? I'm just giving an example of 6. We have, how many seats do we have? What is your expectation? Tell me. How many seats do you think we have? How many gram panchayats do we have? What is your thinking? Please tell me, how many gram panchayats do we have in the entire country? Let's know. What is your understanding? Let me surprise you then. Let me just surprise you with an amazing fact. Gram panchayats in the country are 2.7 lakh. Okay, and they have how many elected representatives? On an average, every gram panchayat roughly has 10-12 people. 29.9 lakh. These are the number of elected gram panchayat members across the country. How many intermediate panchayats do we have? Roughly 1.8. Sorry. Roughly 6,700. 6,670. Sorry, 84. Roughly 6,700. How many members are there in the intermediate panchayat? 1.8 lakh members. How many Zilla Parishad do we have in the country? 676. How many members do we have? Roughly 17.5 thousand. This is the scale that we are referring to. Okay. In total, there are around 32 lakh elected representatives, 31.9 lakhs roughly. This is the number of people we are referring to across the country in all the gram panchayats. Are we clear on this? So this is the scale that we are talking about. Okay. And amongst them, so this total roughly comes to around 32 lakhs. 31.89 to be exact, before somebody says, sir, it is slightly more. Clear? This is a total across the country. So in every state you will have lakhs of gram panchayat members, whether big or small, right? This is the situation. So, and even for women, how many women gram panchayat members are there? Almost 13 lakh, right? Spread across 28 states. So you can imagine there are thousands and thousands of seats for women. Same goes for intermediate panchayat, roughly 75,000 of these. Women are roughly, the rough estimate seems to be 14.54 lakh. These are the number of women elected representatives across the country in panchayats, which is roughly 3189, 4 times 5, 6, 45.6, I think 2 is recurring there, 45.6%, almost half the people, right, are women. So this 6 is a very small scale. If it is 7, we'll reserve 3 seats, no problem. Clear on this? So SC/ST seat is based on population percentage, which is the same for Lok Sabha. If you understood Lok Sabha, then there is no point in question here. How are seats reserved in Lok Sabha for SCs? How? Based on population of SCs in the entire country. Same thing here. For members, whatever is the population in that particular village, those many seats are reserved at the gram panchayat level for SCs. Whatever is the population at the block level, those many seats are reserved for the members of SCs at the intermediate panchayat level, right? Okay. Are we clear so far? No, here latest census is followed. 1971 census is not followed. Who is saying, what about salary allowances, perks? Mayank, you will be surprised to know. Achha, please guys, come on, let's take a guess. What do you think is the average salary of a sarpanch at the gram panchayat level? Please write. Let's see. Don't say no. 1 lakh rupees, 30,000 rupees. Oh, it ranges from 2,000 to 6,000, 7,000. Some states are saying that they are increasing it to 12,000, but in general, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 rupees is a very standard figure which the sarpanch gets. Okay, what is this 10,000, 1 lakh rupees and all? So yes, per month, 3,000-4,000 rupees per month. In general, most states have a salary of around 4,000 to 6,000 rupees per month for sarpanch. Don't be shocked. It's okay. A Gram Pradhan is the same person, Gram Pradhan. Pushpendra, but our sarpanch has G-Wagon. That is secondary. We'll come to that later on. In this way, MP salary is also 1 lakh rupees only. How are they so rich? That's a secondary matter. Salary is very small, less. Okay. So please, two different things. We'll come to the corruption part later on. Yes, how they are purchasing Fortuner, I'll explain that. Don't worry, I'll explain that. Are they clear so far? Reservation? Okay. Now, coming to other mandatory provisions. 5-year term of office. So just like Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, 5 years. After 5 years, election takes place. One more thing. The minimum age to contest in Lok Sabha or Vidhan Sabha is 25. Minimum age to contest at the Rajya Sabha or the council is 30. But minimum age to contest in Panchayat is 21 years. Are we clear on this? If you are 21 years old, you can contest in Panchayat elections. Clear? So it's very weird, right? Our voting age is 18, but marriage age is 21. Panchayat contesting age is 21. But in some states, you can't even drink liquor till you are 25. All these ages are vastly different. But anyway, now the elections to parliament, elections to state legislatures, that is Vidhan Sabha, Vidhan Parishad, election of president, election of vice president, all these elections are conducted by a body called Election Commission of India. You know this very well. But the panchayat and municipality elections are conducted by a different person. This person is there in every state separately, a separate body, no relationship to Election Commission of India. I'll repeat, no relationship to ECI. This person is called State Election Commissioner. It's a constitutional post under Article 243, capital K. Okay? State Election Commissioner, a constitutional body. Okay? This person is appointed by the what? By the governor. But if you want to remove this person, the removal is same as that of High Court judge. Now, how is this High Court judge removed? We'll know it later on, but just understand that High Court judges can't be removed by the states. They are removed by center only, by parliament. So look at this provision that you can appoint a state election commissioner, but you cannot remove a state election commissioner because the removal requires parliamentary majority, a special majority in the parliament. Very weird, right? So this is SEC, the State Election Commissioner. Hereby, I'll refer to this person as SEC, so don't get confused. Second thing, we have a Finance Commission of India, Article 280. Similarly, in every state, the governor shall constitute what? A state finance commission after every 5 years. Article 243, capital I. Finance Commission, which we will refer to as SFC, State Finance Commission, to review the financial position of panchayat. So what functions do they perform? They basically advise the state government on what kind of taxes to be given for panchayats. Then they advise the government on grants to be given to panchayat. Grants for panchayats. Because after all, the panchayats need money to perform the functions. Without money, how will you perform the functions, right? Now, coming to reservation. Oh, sorry, we have done this. Coming to elections. When it comes to elections, you have to understand one slight different point here. Before that, let me ask you a question. In 2019, we had the Lok Sabha election. Yes or no? Yes or no? Once the particular house was elected, this will continue for how many years? 5 years? 2024? Now let's assume this is 2023. Suppose I am not praying for it, I am not hoping for it, I am not making any kind of a suggestion here. What if there is a plane carrying 300 MPs from a party and the plane crashes, all the MPs die? What if? Please. Then no party can form the government. So we dissolve the Lok Sabha. In between only. It's possible, right? President can do it. Remember, President can dissolve the Lok Sabha. What if in 2023 Lok Sabha is dissolved? We will have to go for fresh election. Yes or no? Election within 6 months. It's mandatory. This new Lok Sabha this will continue for how long? Till 2024? Or next 5 years? Two options. Please choose one. 10 seconds. A for 2024, B for 2028. Please choose one. 24 for A, 28 B. Come on here. Every Lok Sabha gets 5-year term. What is this? Half of you are mentioning this wrong. For the first time I've seen this kind of poll for this particular question. Till 2028. Whenever elections will take place and new Lok Sabha, not a single MP, we are talking about the entire house, not some vacant seat. Lok Sabha gets dissolved, elections take place, right? We will have the new Lok Sabha for full 5 years. If a single MP is elected from some area, then he continues for remainder tenure. But entire Lok Sabha got dissolved, fresh elections, meaning 5 years. Are we clear? But this does not happen for panchayats. Please read this point. A panchayat reconstituted after premature dissolution continues only for the remainder period. Are we clear on this? In case of panchayat, only till 2024. Okay. Clear? So the panchayat, again, entire panchayat, if a single member dies, then for remainder tenure, a new election takes place. But here for the full panchayat dissolution. But here there is no difference. In both the cases, if a single member dies, entire panchayat is dissolved, elections next 5 years, remainder tenure, not like the Lok Sabha or the Vidhan Sabha. One more thing. We know very well elections must be held within 6 months from the date of dissolution. But if less than 6 months left for the tenure to end, then no election to be held. Why? Because the panchayat newly elected only remains for the remaining tenure. For 4 months, why do you want to have elections? Uselessly, right? So we'll wait. For the 5 months, no panchayat there, it's okay, nothing, no harm will come in 5 months, right? Again, we cannot have so many elections. Elections require money, right, from the government. Are we clear on these points? Elections also. Now, you can also have a question, sir, what about dissolution? How are these panchayats dissolved? Reasons decided by state legislature by law. What can be a reason for the panchayat to be dissolved? it can be corruption. In some states, they have provisions of no confidence motion. All these things are there. Basically, panchayats, think of panchayats as the learning blocks for higher levels of governance. So people say panchayat is the best school of democracy. It is here that people understand and learn the basic elements of functioning, also importance of democracy. Anyway, so this is elections. Now, there are some provisions which are mandatory. Apart from it, there are also some provisions where there is a lot of flexibility in the implementation. There are two provisions, Article 243G and 243H. Very, very important. This is 243G. Very big article, but the short of this is powers to be given to panchayats. Functions. After all, when you are electing these people who form a part of, say, Gram Panchayat, Block Panchayat, all these things, we need to give them power also. What else will they do? So, who will give power? Subject to the provision of this constitution, the legislature of the state. So, state legislature may give them power. May. Is it mandatory to give power? Of course not. It is optional. May, by law, simple majority, endow, provide the panchayats with such powers and functions which may be necessary to enable them to function as units of self-government. Are you able to understand the importance here? What powers will I as a Gram Panchayat member enjoy will be decided by my state government. Clear? So the functions devolved to panchayats, functions, Article 243G, they are decided by the state legislature. And the preparation of plans for economic development and social justice, and also implementation of schemes for economic development and social justice, as may be entrusted, given to them, including those in relationship to matters listed in 11th schedule. So this is the 11th schedule of the Indian Constitution. It is like a list, state list, union list. This is panchayat list. Think of 11th schedule as some kind of panchayat list, meaning this is a list of all those areas on which panchayats can be allowed to perform functions if the state legislature makes a law. These topics. State government. You can see very well here that state government, whether the functions are devolved or not, largely depend on the what? State legislature's interest, etc. Now, whether they devolve it or not, we'll discuss later on. And what are those reasons based on which they do not? Just a sec, guys. What are the reasons based on which they do not devolve these functions? We'll discuss later on. Okay. Now, what kind of functions are there? Topics like agriculture, topics like land improvement, topics like animal husbandry, small scale industries, rural housing, drinking water, education, women and child development, welfare of SC, ST, all these things. There are 29 entries, or you can call them functional items, on which panchayats can be allowed to make laws. Are we clear on this? It is all subject to state government. One more thing. When you are providing anybody, like say panchayat, gram panchayat, zilla parishad, whatever, to make laws, you have to shell some bucks also, money. How will they perform functions? So panchayats can also be allowed to impose taxes. But again, the same old story. Legislature of the state, see, same thing, nonsense. May. What is may? Optional. May is what is optional. It is not mandatory. authorize a panchayat to levy, impose, collect and appropriate such taxes. What kind of taxes are panchayats collecting? Do you think panchayats are collecting some income tax? No. For example, uh, tax on water, that's what they tax. Tax on property, market fairs, tax on cattle, then taxing toilets, taxing use of street lights, etc. These are all very small taxes. Come on, how much do you think will people pay for property tax in a village or water tax? You can't tax them 8 lakh rupees for water tax. So this is pennies. That is why the panchayats have to depend on the state government for grants, money. The state government can also assign to panchayats some taxes, duties, etc. that the state government collects. Okay. Then it can also provide for grants in aid. What is grant in aid? Free funds. Grants in aid. That's the plural of grant in aid. Don't write grant in aids. It will become something else only. So grants in aid. Clear? And then also provide for constitution of such funds for crediting all the money received. This is like similar to CFI or CFS. I hope you have not forgotten what is CFI. Article 266, Consolidated Fund of India. Like center has an account, state has an account, panchayats can also have their own account where they keep all the money. Clear? That is also there. Again, 243H, this also depends on what? State government. So, for two very important things, funds and functions, the panchayats completely depend on state government. If any state government is willing to give power to panchayats, devolving power to people, then it's nice. Otherwise, nothing. Sorry. This is with respect to the mandatory provisions. Finally, we have some optional provisions like we had seen already, giving representation to MLAs, MLCs, MPs, providing reservation of seats for backward classes, that is OBCs, other backward classes. Then what powers to devolve from the list? State decides. What taxes to give? State decides. All these are called optional provisions. Are we clear on this? Now, one more thing. The panchayat provisions are not applicable in certain areas. So in our country, there will be certain areas in which the panchayat provisions will not be applicable. Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 areas. What are these areas? These are small districts in certain states. Details later on. Okay, details later. But if I want to extend panchayat in these areas, what is part 9? Provisions with respect to panchayats. Like part 5 contains provisions for union, part 9 contains provisions for panchayats. Yes or no? In Schedule 5 and 6 areas, if I want to extend panchayat provisions, what can be done? Very simple. Parliament by law. Parliament by a simple majority can extend the panchayat provisions to these areas also. Okay? Clear? Okay. Then When it comes to states like Nagaland, states like Meghalaya, states like Mizoram, they do not have panchayat provisions applicable. They have their own traditional bodies. You don't need to know. For example, Nagaland, you have all these concepts of village development board, town councils. In Mizoram, you have notified area council, village council. Mizoram has one municipal corporation also. Meghalaya, again, different concept of ADC, town committees, municipal boards, all these things are there. Panchayat is not there. But if I want to extend panchayat in Nagaland, in Meghalaya, in Mizoram, what do I do? Very simple. Here also, to extend panchayat provisions, state legislature with special majority. Are you clear? That would be 2/3 present and voting, more than 50% total strength. So, Parliament cannot extend panchayat provisions in Nagaland. Nagaland Assembly has to extend the provision. Clear? Then for Manipur, those areas which have district councils, the hilly areas, there is no panchayat provision. In Darjeeling, there is no need for Zilla Parishad in Darjeeling. Okay, and then we know, for example, Sikkim. Other cases are Sikkim. Because Sikkim's population less than 20 lakhs, so no intermediate panchayat in Sikkim. Then I think it go without saying, areas like Delhi, Chandigarh, they have no panchayats because they are urban areas. They only have municipality. What else? One more thing. Article 243 capital D. What is this? This is reservation for SCs, STs and women. This is not applicable to Arunachal. Are we clear on this? Yes, WB refers to West Bengal only because Darjeeling is in West Bengal, so of course. Are we clear? So this is there with respect to part 9 not being applicable in these areas. What no, sir? Shalu, some question. 243 G and H, is it optional for a state to give power? Then why mandatory? See, it is mandatory for the state legislature to devolve powers from that list only, not something else. Mandatory. But what powers to devolve, till what extent to devolve, that is optional. That is why we say it is mandatory with flexibility in implementation. How to implement it, there is flexibility. Did you understand it? See, reservation is not applicable in Arunachal Pradesh because of it being a border state and it has its separate issues. That is why governors are given enhanced powers there, and also based on their population percentage of tribals, etc. Reservations, no forceful reservation. If the state wants to, it can make it. Nobody is stopping it, but nothing forceful on that. Okay, it is not that there is no reservation only. There is, but it is not mandatory. Difference. Are we clear? Okay. Yes, Darjeeling is a district. So these are the provisions with respect to panchayats. We are done with all the provisions pertaining to panchayats. Now your task is to memorize this strictly again and again. Solve this question, came in 2009. Oh, sorry, I'll give you 30 seconds. Please don't say, sir, this is too less a time. 30 seconds is too much a time. We are not done with panchayats. Only a small part is covered. Now the real part remains, from where questions come. Shalu, one more question. Please tell sir 1/3 for women at each level and chairperson. Yes, 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 madam. Absolutely correct. Amazing. How? How did some people mark this wrong? Anyway, if a panchayat is dissolved, elections are to be held within, of course, 6 months. See the difficulty of the question. A question asked in 2016, please read carefully, mark accordingly. I will give you 45 seconds. Okay. %74% mark this correct. Great. The minimum age prescribed for any person to be a member of panchayat is 25 years. It is wrong. This is 21 years. Right? One is wrong. A panchayat reconstituted after premature dissolution continues only for the remainder period. 2 is correct. B, 2 only. Okay. Anjali, what leaderboard? Only 2 questions we have solved. What to show leaderboard? If you are set, do you have one more question? One more question, please. Then I show the leaderboard. Oh, sorry. 45 seconds. Please mark your answer. Of course, see which one of the following authorities makes recommendation to governor. Why will the ministries make recommendations? They will not make recommendations. They will issue orders, advice. We have not seen DPC. This could not be an answer. I would never give a question which we have not studied. So what remains is the right answer, SFC, State Finance Commission. Which one of the following authorities makes recommendations to the governor of a state as to the principles for determining the taxes and duties which may be appropriated by the panchayats in that particular area? State Finance Commission. Now we'll take on for discussion the fundamental problems of PRIs. But Again, it would require some in-depth understanding. So let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only today. Tomorrow, we'll take up for discussion fundamental problems of PRIs. Till then, that's all for me, guys. Jai Hind. And I'll take up your questions. Prashant, what PY? Showed one PYQ. If a PYQ is not, I won't create a PYQ. PYQs basically from panchayats all come from issues and concerns, nothing from the provisions. Provisions for prelims, issues for mains. Okay. See the leaderboard. All of you. Today's leaderboard has no interest. See, we did not have those 5 questions basically. So today's leaderboard makes no sense. Anyway, let's look at questions now. PRI stands for Panchayati Raj Institution. Oh. See the leaderboard, way to your heart's content. Done. Okay. Enough. K. Navina, are you asking me the question which I prepared for the main examination for you, mains question weekly test? Why don't you tell me? Independence in appointment, independence in removal. These are 2 areas where governors should be independent. Anupam, barrister is somebody who argues in court. I have written this definition in Attorney General's slide. Barrister is somebody who argues in court. Advocate is somebody who both argues and prepares cases in India. So in India, we have advocates. In UK, we have barrister. Lawyer is somebody who has a degree in law. Attorney is somebody who represents you. That's called an attorney. PRI stands for Panchayati Raj Institutions. Practice, okay. Rukmini, Schedule 6 has no relationship to panchayats. Schedule 6 has no relationship to panchayats. Jared, what is the meaning of I don't understand that? So I'll skip that. Okay. Pritam, please, anyone question from this topic for mains examination? Please. Oh, Pritam. Why? How do we create a mains question from here? Why don't you solve the mains question that was there in the councils? Solve that. Tomorrow we'll have plenty of questions. So it depends on topic also, right? We have only seen the constitutional provisions. How can we create questions from there? It will be a factual question only. Makes no sense. Please understand. Yes, Nidhi, they have SC/ST seats, right? Reservation is mandatory. We follow parliamentary form of government, then why LC is not same as Rajya Sabha? Shalu, what is this? What is the relationship between Rajya Sabha and parliamentary form of government? Shalu, please write right now. Please write. What are the features of parliamentary form of government? Please write before leaving. Don't leave. Bhumika, Sarpanch, motivation for Sarpanch is serving the people of the area. What is it? Always money, money, everything. You are joining IAS for money or serving the nation. Anyway, I mean, money factor. If you want money, please go get some other job. This is like serving the people of the area, right? How to join both? Then Sahil and Pritam, let me tell you, there are hundreds of jobs where you get way more money than an IAS officer. IAS officer's salary is not lucrative at all. Let me remind you, it is not a lucrative salary. In fact, it would be easier to clear the RBI grade B examination and get a better salary, a city-based job, right? With less tiresome, less burdensome job. Please. Shalja, practice. Pranay, sir, you said that mandatory provisions for panchayats and state legislature optional. What is this? I have no idea what you are saying. Pranay, please repeat. Rephrase. Election slide, Jyoti. Election slide. Essential condition to exercise legislative power by governor. Essential conditions of ordinance. Those are the essential conditions. 213. Sukanya, what K indicates? K is an article. Article 243 is there. If I have to add new articles without disturbing the order, because there is already Article 244, how do I insert an article in between? 243A, next article 243B, 243C, D, E, K. Sushmit, who checks opposition, media, right? Judiciary, same checks. Yes, Neelata, it is possible. Okay. Collective responsibility, minister are drawn from legislature and responsible Lok Sabha, nominal head. Yes, now tell me, since you know all these three provisions, what is the role of Rajya Sabha here? Rajya Sabha does not feature in the features of parliamentary form of government, right? Yes, Nidhi. Panchayat may not be discontinued, it will be shifted into an urban area, municipality. Mandatory provisions for panchayats in the constitution. See, the idea being that provisions are mandatory. For example, this is mandatory. But sometimes some provisions are left for state governments to decide. Like, look at this entire list. Reservation for SC/ST is mandatory. OBC, optional. So some provisions are constitutionally mandatory. Others have been left for the state legislature to decide. Yes, Karthik. Kritika, in reservation, only 2 seats? What is 2 seats? Yes, Himanshi. No, Cherub, it is the latest census. Bhumika, why it is not passed? I think MPs have to answer it. The 108th amendment bill is still pending. In reservation, only 2 seats providing. Arey, madam, I gave the example of 6 seats in total, right? Minimum at least 1/3 seats. Let me calculate for you. 1/3 into 6. If you solve this difficult question, you'll get 2. Anjana, I understand your anger towards Sarpanch. Don't worry. We'll discuss tomorrow only issues of panchayats. One such issue is corruption. President at union level, governor at state level. Shall your question has the answer. Do you think the governors at the state level have the same kind of powers as president at the central level? Governors have way more power at the state level than the president at the central level. Why do we have to equate it? What's this obsession with uniformity? There need not be uniformity. There is no need for uniformity. Male, okay, Bhumika, that could be, see, this is not a real concern. If you have reservation, lot of these sitting MPs, their chances get reduced drastically, right? Because now seats are limited. That's the reason. No, Nidhi, it will not happen. We will then have elections for municipality there. Done. Yes, Saksham, possible IFS, best degree for its apart from IR. Indian Innovation in Parliamentary System, Magesh, 0R, calling attention motion. What is the best degree for IFS? Anupam, don't worry. Don't worry at all. You will be trained properly in the art of diplomacy. If you want, you can go for PSIR as a degree. That would be sufficient. Learn some languages. That would be better. But rather focus on clearing the examination. Once you clear the examination, then things will fall into place properly. That is way more important. Pranay, okay, old question. Preetham, is sir tenure or period ending in 6th month? Who will manage the Gram Panchayat? Don't you have state government there? Is the state government gone? What do you think? We have state government, right? So it's there. The governing body at a higher level is there already. Venmati, no. Sorry, that's not possible. Permission is required. In a small subdivision, SDM is for subdivision. After 12, which degree is better for upscale? Don't worry on this. Degrees, I mean, if you are getting a degree from some general college, any degree is okay. Your focus should be on UPSC. Degree does not really matter there. Saksham, focus on PPT. Solve and write answers. Karthik, same old story. How the speakers are elected for the center. Here also, same thing. M. Narendra, Block Development Officer. Preetham, okay. So, young chap here, not even in the voting age. Sir, you focus right now on democratic politics class 9th and 10th. Read the PPTs. Enjoy life right now. Read as many books as possible. Read the newspaper on a daily basis. Editorials on a daily basis. Shalu, nobody cares. Nobody cares about the graduation marks if your score is very high in the main examination. Don't worry. Nothing will affect all this, Dhananjay. As I said, nobody cares about your degree in the interview. If you can present yourself properly, and then also if you have scored terrific marks in the main examination, no interview panel can reject you. They may give you low marks, but eventually you will clear the examination. Okay, I believe your questions have largely been addressed. Let us meet tomorrow. Meanwhile, your SMEs can keep on addressing your concerns. That would be all for me for the day, guys. Jai Hind.